So, good morning. Honored to be the master of ceremony today. I represent the organizing committee and the International Forestry Students Association. I'm very happy to welcome you to the 50th IFSS Chile 2022. This event was planned for you to experience a beautiful event or where when we will be able to discuss forestry and environmental matters, to discuss the future we want to build together, and to learn from each other how can we do that. So I personally encourage you to take this experience as an unforgettable one and to enjoy, to truly enjoy this event. A round of applause, please. Thank you. So now for the first session, the open ceremony, I would like to welcome and introduce to you the Dean of Agronomy and Forestry Engineering Faculty here in Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, Rodrigo Figueroa. A round of applause, please.
Good morning. Thanks, Karina, for the introduction. It's a great pleasure for me as Dean of the School of Agriculture and Forestry to welcome all of you. My first greetings for our Vice President of IFSA, Elif. We just met. It's a real pleasure to meet you. Of course, to greet Agustin Rosello, our chair of the organization committee, and I would like to extend all that greeting to all the people that have been working for probably more than a year, probably for many days, trying to organize this meeting. Also to greet Alina Lehinoiken as a coordinator, Simon Mazzaro as the executive secretary of IPSA, and of course all the industry is also with us this morning to welcome Charles Kimber from Arauco, which is one of our large companies in the country. It's also my honor to welcome the Dean of the University of Chile, Horacio Baun. Thanks for coming, Horacio, as well as Enrique Muñoz, Chief of the School of Forestry at Universidad Mayor in Santiago. And I also see faculty from our university, which I'm very pleased to see here. And of course, in our second row is the former Dean of the School of Universidad de Chile, Carmen Luz de la Maza. Welcome, Carmen Luz, who served as the Dean for many years at the University of Chile. And as I understand, we are getting today to welcome, first of all, people from more than 30 countries, which is really incredible. We're really honored to receive you, all of you. From the main course of the Congress, I think we should encourage 3 words for me as I was preparing these words. So what could I say to you who are the future of our forestry management in the world, which is really incredible. So for these days, I think the first objective will be to meet, to really have an encounter between all of you. More than 100 people is going to get together during not only these days, also for the following week for your trip, which I think is probably many good things are going to come from that. The second, for me, is also, of course, the discussion, the academic and the future discussion around the main subjects that for us are all a big concern. Global change, many weather changes, and also fire management, and the people, the communities involved also in the forestry all around the world is probably are a few of the main concerns, as well as conservation, restoration, of course. So that discussion probably is going to be one of the main outcomes for the years to come. All the discussions that you may hold between and the exchange of ideas are going to allow to probably make changes for probably one of the most important areas in the world, meaning the carbon sequestration that is associated with the forestry management all around the world. So it's a very important opportunity. You as the future as professional managing all around the world have a lot of responsibilities on that. But at the same time, I think the third world as encounter discussion should be fun, because you, as we all did one time, are young, and fun should be also between the days to come. This encounter will allow us probably, and this discussion and the fun you're going to share is going to be part of your memories for this trip. Of course, we want to have a very good meeting these days, and it's, I think, a great opportunity for us to really think, and also from the academia to listen what the outcomes of your work come from these days ahead. So welcome all of you. Thank you so much for being here, and have a great Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean, for your words and for your support throughout the preparation of this event. So now please give a warm welcome to the Dean of the Faculty of Forestry Engineering at the Universidad de Chile, Mr. Horacio Baum.
Well, good morning, everyone. I thank the organizers for inviting me to offer a few initial words to you, the audience, of the International Forestry Students Symposium Chile 2022. This event is organized by the International Forestry Students Association and locally by a group of forestry students, highly motivated from the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, Universidad de Chile, and Universidad de Concepción, which have put long hours of planning and sleepless nights so that we can be here today talking about a great diversity of topics within our great profession of forestry. Forests are essential for the life on the planet. We all know that, no? The day that plants disappear from the face of Earth, we will have our days counted before extinction. If you recall the photosynthesis process from Tree Physiology 101, you that are really good students, during the light reactions, you have to split two molecules of water to drive electron transport and store solar radiation in the form of chemical energy. I don't know if you can recall that, but in order to fix one molecule of CO2, you release that oxygen from the split water reactions in a proportion of 1 to 1. The reason why I'm talking about this is to some extent this process is amazing. Just water and light to provide organic matter and oxygen, taking out CO2 from the atmosphere in this fundamental process of photosynthesis is a miracle of nature with which we work each day in this great profession that we have chosen. And the benefits of forest do not stop there. As you well know, they provide fiber, fuel wood, and food, regulate the hydrological cycle, allow us to control soil erosion, contribute to prevent catastrophic events such as floodings and landslides, maintains a large part of the biodiversity of the planet, provides health and recreation opportunities among many other ecosystem services. Such complex ecological system poses us with unending professional challenges, harmonizing social, economic, cultural, and ecological needs. Additionally, intergenerational equity, that is that our children will inherit a better state of affairs, is an ideal that we need to keep in mind in our daily professional doings. Therefore, sustainability and nature conservation are paramount to our profession, and we should feel proud every morning at what we do, but also humble when confronting the complexity of fragile ecological systems with increasing societal demands. To end my words, I'd like to wish you the best of success during this symposium. Enjoy the experience of knowing future colleagues and expanding your network. Challenge yourself to think innovative new ideas out of the box. Learn from the experience of the speakers, and last but not least, have fun and a good laugh at the end of each long day. Thanks again to the organizers, and I hope to see you soon in the near future. So have a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. And on behalf of the OC, I want to thank you for all of the effort that your university has put on this project. Thank you. So to keep going, it's my pleasure to give the welcome to Elif Dunham, the Vice President of this amazing association. Please, a round of applause.
Dear guests, colleagues, friends, my name is Elif, and in the capacity as the Vice President of IFSA, it gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this very special event, the 50th International Forestry Students Symposium, which also marks the 33rd IFSA General Assembly. For starters, let's take a moment to introduce ourselves to our external guests. What is IFSA all about? The International Forestry Students Association is the largest international network of students in forestry and related sciences. IFSA is a globally organized and locally operating students organization connecting forests and related science students to their peers and forest-related organizations. Sorry. With a global network of over 130 local committees spread across over more than 60 countries, IFSA brings together more than 10,000 students to explore forests, cultures, and the environment together. IFSA is a non-political, non-profit, and non-religious organization that is entirely run by the students. Our vision at IFSA is a world that appreciates forests, which is not only for us, but the whole society to work towards. Our mission is to enrich the education of students of forest sciences and related fields. We want to broaden their knowledge and understanding, promote international cooperation, and give them voice in international forest processes to create a sustainable future for forests. Through our network, we facilitate student meetings, enable participation in scientific debate, and support the involvement of youth in decision-making processes regionally and globally. On a yearly basis, forestry students from all over the globe are connected with several in-person IFSA events, such as the regional meetings, thematic meetings, and of course, the most importantly, IFSS, which we are taking part at this very moment. IFSA provides a platform for interaction and exchange of knowledge in forestry and related issues among forestry students from all over the world. It additionally serves as a platform for the official bodies of IFSA to meet and plan their activities for the year ahead. As a reaction to the pandemic, over the past 2 years, IFSA has increased the number of online resources and activities available to its members, and despite the pandemic restrictions, we have successfully organized 2 online IFSSs and many other activities. We aim to continue and improve hybrid engagement and give everyone motivated about IFSA the chance to participate in decision-making processes, learning opportunities, and networking. As I have the honor of giving this speech, I would like to thank you more than 50 IFSA officials and commissioners for their immense efforts and accomplishments this year. Our association would not be able to move forward and improve without you. So, big applause. Additionally, I would like to thank our partner organizations for their continuous support and opportunities for the IFSA community. So, applause for them also. I would like to thank the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile and University of Chile for supporting the IFSS, And special thank you goes to the IFSS 2022 organizing committee for all their hard work for the past 2 years in making this event possible with an amazing program, and the participants joining us today on this very special occasion. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. And for all of your effort in the board. That's such a incredible work. And now for final words of this session, it's an honor for me to introduce you to the one itself, the head of the OC, Agustín Rosillo.
Thank you, Karina, for your nice words. It's a pleasure to have you all here, and this dream has finally come true. In my role as president of the organizing committee of IFSS Chile 2022, I would like to welcome you to this unique event in which you will be able to network, learn, and discuss the forest-related topics that are key to achieving a sustainable forest sector for future generations. I would like to begin my statement by extending my gratitude to Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile and Universidad de Chile for hosting the 50th anniversary of the International Forestry Students Symposium. Without your support, this dream would have never been possible. As humanity, we are facing unprecedented challenges, and our generation is the one responsible to step up and find a way to overcome them. Climate change, global food and economic crisis, war, and many other global issues will affect us all, regardless of our differences or privileges. Forests were the source of life with which our ancestors were able to develop and thrive, but not even during those times did they play such a big role as they do today. IFSA's mission of a world that appreciates forests in its whole complexity is an understanding that will make the world a better place and will help solving many issues that are devastating our society. I can still remember as if it was yesterday when the journey of organizing the IFSS started, but I can't even express how much the whole organizing committee has grown both personally and as a team. Thanks to a leap of faith during lockdown, all of our lives changed massively, and I hope we are able to provide this invaluable gift to you all. Now, more than ever, it is crucial for us, the youth, to step up and transition from activism to taking an active role in building the future we envision. It is on us to decide how this will all end. As a shared context for us to be in the same page, I would like to emphasize on the three main reasons why this event is so important for IFSA and its 11,000 members in over 60 countries. First, we are having the first in-person IFSS since Estonia 2019, and regardless, we have still been able to grow as an association. The amount of energy we are congregating in Chile for this event is something at least I have never seen before. Second, we are kickstarting not only the 50th Symposium of IFSA's history, but we are kickstarting what the next 50 years will be for the biggest network of forest-related students in the world. Third, you will be able to witness what the dream of a completely new LC of 5 members, which rapidly grew into an 18-member family of 3 different universities of diverse backgrounds, are able to achieve thanks to courage, determination, commitment, and of course the help of IFSA and many others that believed in this project. We stand here today to share with you the responsibility of channeling all this energy into a good direction. To share with you that it is us who will decide if our future generations will have a forest to fall in love as we all did. And finally, to share with you that anything is possible if you are brave enough to follow your dreams and fight for what you believe is necessary. Now, I would like to get a little bit on what this event will be. As organizing committee, we have been approaching this event as foresters building a management plan for the beautiful forest you all represent. A mega diverse group of individuals that represent the biodiversity within our world forests. For this, we decided to center our energy not only in the logistics of the event, but also on the content, which we will be sharing with you all through the perspective of our amazing speakers. During IFSS 2022, we hope you embrace a journey of not only learning from experts, but sharing knowledge between delegates. You are the biggest asset this event has. Your own personal and professional experiences, your different cultures, the contrast you bring to this family, and your passion are key to overcome the unprecedented challenges we are facing as a mankind. Symbiosis is a type of close and long-term interaction between two or more different biological organisms. We need humanity to understand and commit to this symbiotic connection if we really want to flourish and overcome these challenges we are facing as a whole. This is why today, our first day of Congress, will be intended for setting up the space for us to be in the same page of the world situation. What is our role in it, and why are we here? Our second day will be dedicated to understanding the state of the environment, its challenges, and how are we working to restore and conserve our Mother Earth. Our third day will be dedicated to governance and society. How did we interact as a humankind to get where we are, and how we should overcome these adversities. And fourth day will be dedicated to economy and innovation, so that we can understand what is needed to build the changes we desperately need in this world. After the Congress, the whole IFSA delegation, represented by over 100 participants of over 30 countries, will start a journey through the south of Chile, experiencing on-site everything that we will talk about during this event. I lost a page. Okay, I would like to use this last minute to thank you everyone that make this possible. First of all, I would like to thank the best team I have ever had the opportunity to work with, the 50th IFSS OC. OC, please stand for this audience to give you a big round of applause for the amazing effort you have done to make this crazy dream come true. You deserve this and much more. Secondly, I would like to thank the sponsors that believe that a group of students was able to create something never seen before in a country where the forest sector is going through the worst controversies we have ever seen. Thank you, Corma, Arauco, CMPC, and all the others that make this event possible. Big round of applause for them too. Thirdly, I would like to thank IFSA, all of the members that have ever worked to build this association through these 50 years, and all of you that are here today, either online or in person. Thank you for changing not only my life, but all the OC's life. We couldn't be more grateful of the amazing effort you do without asking for anything in return. Big round of applause for you all. Now, it is no coincidence that we are all here connected today. Times like this is when leaders need to step up. I invite you to take action in your territory. I invite you to empower your community. I invite you to overcome adversity and be resilient. The forest needs you to become the best version of yourself, because it is us who will build the future that we desperately need. Last but not least, I invite you to enjoy this event, to embrace the experience with an open heart, to express yourself and share your perspective with critical thinking, and to use all this knowledge to impact with your own hands. If you are here, it is for a reason. Thanks everyone for believing in us, and let's make this experience one that none of us will ever forget, and let's keep fighting for a world that appreciates forests. Thank you.
Such a beautiful words, right? I wish I speak like him. Thank you, Agustin, for speaking from your heart. And thanks to all of the people that stand here and made remarks about why are we standing here, and to remark how can youth be part of change. So thank you again. And now moving forward, we would like to share with you a very special video trailer of what event is going to be, so you can know a little bit more of the work we have done up to this point and to set the mood for the rest of this symposium. So hope you like it.
IFSA 15th anniversary, it's where based in
IFSA
Chile.
15th
That's why
anniversary
we're
is
here.
where based in Chile. And that's why we're here today. But when this all start? We have been working for more than 2 years now to make a special event in which each member returns home being an agent of change. In the process, we live a global pandemic that affects us in various aspects, and we went from meeting only online to be able to meet in person, get to know each other, work together, and generate bonds with rewarding moments. It moves and satisfies us to think that throughout the world, there are many young people passionate about the care of forests who believe that we can make the world a better place. That is why every year IFSA brings together students from all over the world, and today it's our turn to show your home. However, the global picture is not encouraging, as there are currently many global conflicts to resolve. But it's not lost, and we can create that change. To achieve this, in this great event, we will include contingent issues to climate change like society, government, economy, and innovation, biodiversity, and conservation. Looking for a sustainable future together where we can inhabit all the beings that constitute it. Of course, you won't leave without getting to know the beautiful places which houses this small part of the world. We will know the great biodiversity that inhabits natural parks and protected areas. We will address the complexity of conflicts between communities and the environment, as we also understand practices of the indigenous culture of Chile, while still taking a look at the productive sector. We as a team believe that the change is possible, and in this event, it's going to allow us to think and plan from global strategy to put it on practice and make the change. We're inviting you to enjoy this event, meet all the biodiversity, getting to know with everyone, sharing ideas, experience, dream, and work together in this big challenge that we all have. Are you ready for this? This is your call.
Me too. So for next words, I would like to introduce you to Alina Lehikoinen, the YFPD coordinator and head of FAO subcommission, and Simone Mazzaro, executive secretary of IPSA, to launch the Youth Forestry Policy Day. Round of applause, please. Do you need to stand here or there? Okay, yeah. Yeah, here it is. You can control it with this, so and the light.
Amazing. Thank you. Perfect. Mine works too? Yeah. All right then, good morning from us too. I am Alina Lehikoinen, and this is my colleague Simone Masaro, who I'm very happy to work with. And we are here to talk about the Youth Forest Policy Days 2022. So what are the Youth Forest Policy Days? This is actually the first event of this kind that we have ever made. So IFSA is widening its repertoire, even though it says 2022. So we're marking that it's happening this year, maybe for the first time, maybe for the only time. The time will tell. But it's a 3-day online event where we are introducing youth to forest policy with 1 day of workshop focusing on soft skills that are needed both in professional life and student life. 1 day of conference where we are actually talking about forest policy, and half a day of climate negotiation simulation where the participants will actually get to try the skills they're learning through this conference. It's aimed at youth, as we are already participating in a lot of policy events, but this is the only thing of its kind that is tailored specifically for youth that needs no prior knowledge. And it is co-organized by us, IFSA, as well as Forest Europe. And why are we making this? This is a large undertaking that we have done. And why are we going through all this effort then? Why is this so important? Well, we really want to raise the youth voice. We are already participating in a lot of policy processes. We are stakeholders there, we are observers, but we also want to be an active participant in shaping these policies. As forest policy impacts everyone, whether you will specialize in it or not, it is something that you will probably encounter in your work one way or another in the future. So it's important also to know what is it that you are working with. And we also want to inspire the next generation of young foresters to actually actively participate and shape the policy that we have. So you say this is for youth by youth. As Alina was saying, this event is made for youth. It's not something like if you go to conferences, it's full of conferences out there, but they are of course made for professionals, for people working in the sectors, for governments. And you go there as a youth delegate, and yes, it's amazing. You see a lot of stuff, but also you feel a bit excluded because it's not really for you. You have a lot of other stuff going on. They speak about super detailed stuff, imagining that you already have 5-year experience here. But we want to change this, and we want to make something that is approachable to youth, because we think that forestry policy is important, and it's often like, yes, it's complex because there are some stuff in complexity inside, but we want to make it accessible to everyone. So we want to have this accessible to everyone without any really prior knowledge. We want to bring forestry policy to the average forestry students so they can understand why policy is important, how they can impact the forestry sector, and make in a way that it works for them. Let's say the target audience is huge, but of course it's open to everyone. Anyone is welcome to join. And also, again, we are putting youth at the center of the discussion. It's not on the side, it's not just 5% that is there at the conference, it's the goal of the conference, at the center of the conference. So also the discussion, they are going to focus on the future, on the youth, and understand what's the youth involvement. And finally, it's also not just a bunch of kids in a room, I would say, but we are going to involve real experts, and so opportunities to talk with experts. So this is where you say, this is done for youth, by youth. We are all students that we are making this, and we want to make something that works for students. So to allure you a little bit more to the event, I'm going to go through quickly what we have planned for each of the days. So we start with the workshop day, where we are focusing on soft skills. And the work
The workshop sessions include things as event organizing, public speaking, and digitalization of the forest sector, as well as a living library where people tell their own stories. So people work as these books of the library. And then facilitate networking, as well as figuring out why networking is important, and then how to do it, and then actually doing it. Then we have the conference day, where we give background to the organizations and policy processes that we have on the field in a very approachable and easy manner in this field that includes way too many abbreviations. We give perspectives of different stakeholders, how they view the policies, how it impacts them, and they are speaking of their own experiences. Then we're talking about the implemented forest policy. How does it appear in forest management or restoration or deforestation, as well as, of course, remembering the role of youth in forest policy, what we're doing and what we can do. And then lastly, we're talking about how money affects the whole field of forest policy. Then the last half day that we have is to test the skills you have learned, soft skills, as well as the actual policy that you have learned. So it is forest negotiation, climate negotiation simulation, where the participants play as stakeholder groups and try to negotiate an agreement that limits climate change to 2 degrees. So this is to model the different policy actions on climate change and see how it actually works.
So we want to also tell you a bit about the story of YFPD, or at least the story so far, because we are here in IFSA and want to start a bit like how this whole idea started. I say it's something unusual. And this all started in October last year when we were talking with Forest Europe, which is one important IFSA partner, and we were brainstorming our activities to do. And at some point, don't know how, somehow someone came up with this crazy idea, hey, what if we make a conference for youth in forestry policy? And we're like, yeah, that sounds amazing, but that's too much. That's something very big. Let's see, let's put it in a drawer. But then just a month after, we were like, maybe let's make it for real. And so we really started to plan it. And we started making our task force in IFSA to really work on it. We got in touch with Forest Europe to say, okay, let's make this for real. And so we started making a conference. And then we had a workshop in the beginning of this year when we wanted to collect inputs from IFSA students, because we say we want to make something for youth, so we want to know what they want to know. So after that, we were able to draft our program, send out a ton of email, get in touch with speakers, and then it was time to share this with the world. So we're making our logos and social media material. And finally today, we are very, very happy that we are launching a final event. It's officially, it's shared with everyone. This is going to happen.
Thank you. No need to do that yet. We'll still have a few slides to go. But quickly, the organizers, you already know IFSA. We have an amazing team of 10 people, the task force there, as well as the Forest Europe that I have mentioned a few times already. And Forest Europe is this European-wide forest policy process with 45 signatories, and as well as the European Union, trying to find ways through policy on sustainable forest management. And then we also work closely with IUFRO, the International Union of Forest Research Organizations, as well as the Global Landscapes Forum, who are lending us their expertise.
So let's talk how to join this conference. The registrations are not open yet, but they're going to open on the 15th of September, so roughly a month. But you can stay up to date. So if you go on the website, you can see this form where you can put your email address. So we will sign up on the newsletter, and then you can start receiving emails about the event. So you will be the first to know when the registrations are open. And of course, this event is free to join for everyone. So yeah, that's easy. And The event date, just to recall, is going to be from the 1st to the 3rd of December. And the event is going to take usually from this 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. UTC +1, because we have to pick a time zone. Because like we started in this like the Central European time zone, but we're also planning in a way that you can join also different times. All the events is going to be recorded. And also, for example, for the workshop, we're going to have workshops in the morning and afternoon, so you can join also from different time zones. And now is why to join. So why should you spend 3 days in front of your laptop to join this event? And so I think the first thing is that you can really learn skills that are outside of your curriculum, because this is something very different, because it's, in a way, yes, of course, university courses are for students, but this is really with the real world, with the real experts. And also there are these capacity building workshops, which are really focused on the really useful skills, which are very often not taught as much as they should. You can network with other students and professionals. Networking, I think, is something, in a way, so easy, but so amazing. So just connecting people together, this goes a lot. And you can find in the conference hundreds of other students that are similar interests of you, and you can just connect with them. The event is going to be online, but the networking part is really going to be put a focus on. It's going to be very easy to stay in touch during the event, to stay in touch after the event, but also with professionals. It's not only students. We really make sure that we also have early career professionals, so they can share their experience. But also, yeah, you have people that actually do forestry policy that can ask you a question. And also, we want to do a bit like a real world forestry policy, because I feel like it's a sector with, say, a lot of words, but then you really need to understand what is actually happening on the ground, what you can do and what you can't. And yeah, hopefully you're going to be inspired and have new ideas. And finally, but not less important, is also we want to increase the youth involvement in forestry policy, because youth is a crucial stakeholder, but sometimes not very represented. And so we want to give some ideas, inspiration, how you can concretely involve in policy now as a youth and represent the next generation. Hope this list sounds exciting to you. Those are just some of the reasons why you should join, why you should say, okay, let's take a few days to do this. And yeah, there's this really nice quote: make sure that you're active and ready to shape your own future. Otherwise, the others will shape it for you, which I think is really summarize very well what we try to do here in IFSA. We try to do what we want to do. And summary again. So what are YFPD? And we have this logo is very clear. We have youth, the first one, you see. And this is like this conference organized by Youth for Youth. We have forestry, so this introduction to forestry policy. We have policy, so it's an opportunity to get involved into policy and learn how to make a difference. And then finally, they, which in kind of this idea of the workshop as well, because it's not only about policy, but also these capacity building workshops. And I think this is all. We are all hoping to see you in December. And please take your phone, go to this QR code, and see our amazing website, and press that button, join our newsletter. Takes a few seconds, you can do it. And thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You can leave the microphone there. Thank you. Don't worry. This one's yours. Or not? Oh, no. Yeah? Don't worry. Thank you, Alina and Simone. I'm sure it would be an amazing experience to participate. And now for preparing the next conversatory, first we will watch together a very special video.
This story began long before you, and it will continue long after you. But for now, this story is yours to shape. This is the story of humanity and of the earth we inhabit. This is our declaration of interdependence, our commitment to honor the rights of all people everywhere, to protect the planet, our common home, to create shared prosperity, to strengthen universal peace, and free the world from fear and violence, to work together in partnership so that no one is left behind. We will free the human race from the tyranny of poverty. We will heal and safeguard our planet for all generations and shift our world onto a sustainable path. As we embark on this collective journey, we pledge to include every human. So we gather, we build, we write, we create, we imagine, we collaborate, we dream, we play, we speak, we run, we work, we share, we love. This is the story you are shaping.
Did you like it? Yeah. Now, so we are moving forward for a very special conversatory about new paradigms about forest. It will be facilitated by Florent Kaiser. He's a CEO of Global Forestry Generation. He's an ex-president of IFSA and who's now currently leading one of the most important initiatives of ecosystem restoration all over the world. So please welcome Florent.
Check your microphones. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm Florent Kaiser. I have the honor to be here with three guests. I'm just quickly checking logistics. Tim will be joining us virtually. Is this working? Just give us a sign a little bit if it's not. Thank you so much it's really an honor for me personally to be here after so many years of contributing to IFSA, to work in forests, help shape some of the solutions that we believe are really, really important. And it's really an honor for me to be here today in this IFSS, the 50th anniversary of IFSF and IFSA. This organization has given me personally so much. I look way back in IFSA, maybe 15 years, and still today, I can proudly say this is one of the organizations that have contributed most to my professional and personal development. Through IFSA, I've understood the world in a way I would have never understood from a forestry perspective. I have deeply felt in love with forests over and over again. I've met incredible people, and I've also fell in love on a more personal side, and I'm happy to say my partner is here with us today, another leader of IFSA. And yeah, it has shaped a lot the way that we think. And without further ado, I would like to thank all the organizing committee, all of IFSA, all the people who contributed to it, and give them a big round of applause. I have the honor of moderating today's panel, and I will briefly introduce our team here today. We have, let me check my notes here so I don't do any. So first of all, Monica Gabay, who is currently IUFRO Division 9 Coordinator for Forest Policy and Economics, and also working in the Ministry of Environment of Argentina. We've just met, but we'll hear from her a little bit more briefly. We have also Tino, who is one of the most amazing conservation leaders in the world that I know, and I have a deep, deep, deep honor to be working alongside him in our day-to-day work. Thank you, Tino, for being here today. And then Tim, will he be on the screen? I trust Tim will show up on the screen as well. Tim, another amazing leader, tireless contributor to helping shape the global forest and forestry agenda of the last decades. He has been holding leading positions at the UN. He has been a fierce supporter and enabler of forest education and youth engagement as well. We've worked a lot together. And today, he also happens to be one of our main partners in the current work that we're doing in his new role at Salesforce, and a big corporation that is dedicated to supporting the global restoration movement. I think we will move ahead with giving our non-virtual panel a chance to introduce themselves while we get the technology up and ready. Oh, hi, Tim. Here you are. I don't know if you, yeah, great. Go ahead. I don't know if you missed my very short introduction to make time, but very happy to have you here with us.
I did, but I can see it here now, and I so much wish I could be there in person. Knowing what a magical event IFSS usually are, so happy to join you at least virtually from Denmark. IFSS usually are, and did you want me to go ahead and introduce myself, or where are we in the program? The sound and camera just came on, so I don't know where you are.
Don't worry, it's all perfect, Tim. I think, yes, you'll go ahead. I would like to give first the audience a chance to give a big applause to our panel today. Yes, so welcome our guests here. First, the audience a chance to give a big applause to our panel today. Yes, so welcome our guests. And then, yes, Tim, I will go then first with you. Could you just share a little bit with us and with the audience? And then, yes, who are you, Tim? What is your current role now? And why are you in love with forests? Share a little bit with us and with the audience. And then, yes, who are you, Tim?
Thanks, Lauren. And
what is your current role?
Yes,
and why are you in love with forests?
I'm in love with forests, definitely, since I was a child. So Tim Christopherson. I work for Salesforce, where I started about 3 months ago. It's one of the world's largest software companies. But before that, I worked for the last 20 years in the public sector for the European Commission, for the Danish government, for the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and most recently for the UN Environment Program, where I was responsible for the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration and our Nature for Climate team, always with the focus on the role of forests and other ecosystems for sustainable development, for climate action. And now recently I've taken this to the private sector. Salesforce, as you might know, is behind the 1 trillion tree initiative and has made significant investments. We have a $100 million grant fund on ecosystem restoration. And Salesforce is also the software that helps thousands of NGOs and charities in the world to run their operations. So we do a lot to help forests behind the scenes on the software side. And definitely, I've been in love with forests since I was a kid, and my grandfather was a forester. It took me out into the forest a lot. So I wanted to be a forester since I was a child. This is my dream job. I wish I was out in the forest a bit more than behind the screen, but this is, I think, the reality for many of us. But yes, definitely loving forests, and I owe a lot to IFSA. I can also say a bit more about that in a minute, but since I actually can't see you, I can't take any visual cues. I can only hear you, Florent, in a minute. So let me know what, if you want me to do the full intro now, or give it to the other panelists. If you want me to do the full intro now, or give it to the other panelists. If you want me to do the full intro now, or give it to the other panelists. If you want me to do the full intro now, or give it to the other panelists. If you want me to do the full intro now, or give it to the other panelists. If you want me to do the full intro now, or give it to the other panelists.
I won't reintroduce what I do because you have already done it very well. But also, I'm a professor at the university and a researcher. And I do believe very firmly that it's very important to build bridges of understanding. And IFSA, IUFRO, they all do exactly that. Forests are a metaphor, I think, of interdependence, as we saw in the video, and it's time we realize that we are not islands. We are not islands in terms of countries, we are not islands in terms of species. We're all interrelated. And in my work, I strive to do that. I was a model forest coordinator for almost 20 years. That's a world network of forest management programs with community forestry, with indigenous peoples and local communities on forest landscape. That's what I still do on a voluntary basis. I'm also a negotiator for the Convention of Biological Diversity. I'm a focal point for traditional indigenous people. And also I work with the negotiations in the G20 regarding environment. And I believe it's time to join all together in the effort to save our planet, to save our future and our present also. And you are protagonists here. So that's why it's my pleasure to be here today and share some thoughts. Our present also. And you are.
Thank you so much, Monica. We have a little bit of a technical glitch. Tim cannot hear us, and it would be very important. Thank you so much, Monica. We have a little bit of a technical glitch. Tim cannot hear us, and it would be very important. Thank you so much, Monica. We have a little bit of a technical. Just checking in, Tim. You still cannot hear us, right? No. Thank you so much, Monica. That's a clear no. Well, just checking in, Tim. You still cannot hear us, right? Yeah, I think if you would, well, unsilence that, it might just work. Yeah, I think if you would, well, unsilence that, it might just work. Yeah, I think if you would, well, unsilence that, it
What's
might
the
just
problem
work.
with your selfie?
Yeah, I think if you would, well, unsilence that, it
What's
might
the
just work.
problem with your selfie?
Tim, I know you cannot see us, but maybe you can hear us now.
What's the problem with your selfie?
Great. Tim, I know you cannot give a round of applause to Tim again so he feels he's part of it. Great. Thanks so much for your introduction. We went with Monica in your audio absence. And now over to Tino quickly. Thanks so much. My dear Tino, you've become a good friend and a good partner. Can you let the audience know who are you, where are you from, and what are you currently working on in the world for forests? Become a good friend and a good partner.
Good morning with everybody.
Who are you, where are you from, and
My name is Constantino Cachutas. I am indigenous, directly descendant from the Inca family, with a high responsibility on helping my people and doing history. For many years, since I was a student, yes, at the elementary school to the university, we heard that the main problem for the environment and all the crises is humans. And it's when I learned that probably the best way to tackle all these problems is to work with the problem, with the humans. In that way, we started to implement and think on a massive and big solution. But the massive and big solution, what needs? People, a movement with passion, is where we found that the main answer is the local communities. One time, we were united as a magnificent Inca empire, covering all the high Andes. That is the first time. The second time when we united is to fight for the independence against the Spaniard domination. And the third time, we united for one tree, Polylepis tree, that grows in the upper sheds of the watersheds from Venezuela to Argentina. One tree is uniting us again, where the local communities has a tremendous role. We are not thinking on planting a dozen, 100, or 1,000 trees. We are planting right now millions of trees. With this year, we are going to plant 6 million trees with all these local communities along all the Andes. We think that rescuing the culture, the ancient practices like the communal work, Aini and Minga, we are going to do that. Local communities are not thinking in salaries, like normally the technicians and the experts are thinking in egos, big salaries, and comfort. No. The model to try to do an effective work is like I heard after doing 15 years of conservation, and when this TV media arrives to Peru to interview the local communities, and the interviewer said, "Why are you doing this?" And the lady said, "For the water." And said, wait, what's happening here? I had been bringing for more than 15 years money to rescue and protect threatened birds and species and biodiversity. And the local turned back the face and said, "Sorry, Dad, but for us, water is more important than everything, because water is the family, the economy, and the future of our kids." For me, was the best master lesson that I learned in my life. Immediately, I come back to ECOAN, I changed the mission, and in 2018, even with my friend Florence, we created Action Andina, learning from that previous experience, and now it's becoming every time bigger and bigger and bigger. That is why we needed to do more things. And we need more people with passion. I want to finish this. Forestry, production of plants, you can do it by remote work. Try to produce millions of trees by cell phone or by Zoom. Impossible. In the last 2 years, we have been producing more than 2 million trees with the local communities. And with the local communities, we also pass over the quantity. And most of my local communities said, hey, boss, or Apu, or dad, even the COVID couldn't stop us. We produce more. This is my lesson.
Thank you so much, Tino, for being so passionate and for doing some of the most significant actions here that we all know we're working on together. We'll move a bit to the next question. And since Tino mentioned technology as a bit in a provocative way, I'll pass over to Tim. Tim is someone, again, that has accompanied the global sustainability agenda and global development and forest agenda over decades now. Tim, could you share with us what are your main insights respecting or regarding forging an economy that respects the planetary boundaries? What can you share from the wisdom you have gathered over the last few decades with us?
Excellent. It's a great time to be a forest Excellent. It's a great time to be a forest Excellent. It's a great time to be a forest
a very important one as well. No, growing up as a professionally as a forestry student, through IFSA, exploring a lot of the world, a lot of the different aspects that Tim mentioned, from business to policy to NGOs and so on. Through IFSA, exploring I must say, looking back, learning alongside Tino, learning from the communities, and really getting your hands beautifully dirty in the ground. That is a lesson, you gather the lessons and the insight that are very, very powerful for the rest of your professional life. So highly encouraged to do this through IFSA and well beyond. Tim, you mentioned governments, and I would like to move to Monica. Monica, you're involved in governments, you're involved in the research in general around governance. Can you share a bit your reflections about the role of national governments? How do they help shape the global agenda for forests? And what are some of the challenges? Let's be honest. What are some of the challenges that you see as well with dealing with governments and pushing the forest agenda forward? What are some of the challenges?
Well, that's not an easy question.
I know.
But yes, well, I think governments have a very important role in shaping this agenda, for they have to do, they should create an enabling environment, allowing for partnerships and the creation of governance platforms. As we know, for instance, businesses are very important partners, and they do a lot of innovation and research. But also traditional communities, indigenous peoples and local communities, the campesinos, also play a very key role in stewardship of forests. So we probably wouldn't have as many areas of native forests if it were not for the communities and the people that, like Tino and the leaders we have in the indigenous communities. And I think this is not usually visualized. So I believe government should make this contribution more visible, provide support, and foster organization at the local base. So the local level organizations, the grassroots organizations, the partnerships between the private sector, the academia, and the communities are key to make this effort fruitful, to make synergies, to also interlink the agendas, because the forest agenda is not an island as well. So it's connected with biodiversity, with climate challenges, and these connections are better viewed in the perspective of government, who has the panoramic view with all the interests at hand. And government should foster these linkages, these synergies, this collaboration, and also at the international level and the regional level. So this challenge cannot be addressed at the national level only. It's impossible. It's too big. It's too complex. We are in risk of missing the achievement of the 2030 agenda and not living in harmony with nature by 2050 as we have set ourselves to do. So governments should get people together, create a unity in purpose and a vision to achieve and to align the efforts towards this goal. It's very important, especially through incentives. So incentivize the right patterns of conduct. I'm not trying to be very prescriptive here, but let us remind ourselves that our unsustainable patterns of production and consumption has got us where we are now at this critical point of our existence as a species and for the world as a whole. The world will go on without us, but it is up to us to make the change, and governments should help creating this transformational change. Thanks.
Woo! I can only imagine how this topic, that concerns all of us with governments at the moment, coming off of different global crises coming together over the last decade, is a very important one. And there's so many aspects we could look into, and we'll come back to that later in the dialogue. Thank you. Tino, I know I'm going a little bit rogue from the original question, but I'm interested to learn a bit more about your indigenous heritage. What, from your personal story, where you are today, building Acción Andina, what are you taking from your ancestors?
And what are the principles that you are able to revive to make this great work work? What is the main important element there that you would like to share with us?
From the beginning, as a normal student, I remember one time, 1089, traveling in all this area of guerrillas in Peru with Shining Path, and we asked the stupids with John Filsa, the director of Copenhagen Museum, trying to finish this book of Birds of the High Andes. Finishing the trip, thanks God we don't suffer nothing, and John Filsa asked me, what you want after this? And normally I said, of course, my master's degree, my PhD degree. And John Filsa said, please, Tino, don't do that. I need you, the world needs you, but you must stay on those mountains, learning more, and after you are going to teach us what to do. What I learned? Easy. All the local communities along the Andes needs respect first. Second, be listened. Third, learn from them. Don't consider them that they're Indians, stupid. No, these people are full of a lot of knowledge that us, with all the knowledge from the university, we can become in a reality. Many times, I'm so sad, but at the same time angry when I heard from the experts of the people who are on representing the institutions. They say, no, the native communities and the Indians are lazy. They are not in the capacity of being part of the solution. That is hypocrisy. Us, the experts, we don't want to do nothing with them because I want to take the word that Monica used. We want to invisibilize them. Ridiculous. But if we can work very well, you are going to be so happy, like me, having thousands and thousands of people behind me planting trees, because our festivals of planting trees is unique. In Quechua, it's called Raimi. Queuña Raimi, the festival of the Polylepis. Normally, in the local culture, when they are going to do some of these big parties, the people comes, dancers, musicians, people, volunteers, donors, everybody comes for happiness and hope. And of course, I'm sure, and everybody's sure that the Mother Earth is going to be happy too. Imagine in only a single day to put between 60,000 to 100,000 trees in a single day. How many people do you think that is going to be there? 700? More than 700? It's where you are very important, because you must to tell them, teach them how to do it. We are amazed about all this activity that is happening at the moment. We are thankful to all the people who's helping us to do that. But at the same time, we need more people with a lot of passion, not only thinking on the job or on the position. Local communities will demand, this is one thing, please remember this. When you are going to be working in all the world with local communities, be honest. Put everything in writing and sign it. We call the communal agreements. Now it's becoming more popular, conservation agreements. We created that in 2003. Now it's becoming so popular because we respect them, and it's the way how to work.
Thank you so much, Tino. Always very profoundly inspiring to hear real life experience on the ground. And I think as a personal reflection, try to keep that alive during your studies, right? Try to always think beyond the studies right now, beyond what you're learning, and explore the world as an entrepreneur, as a young person, as a passionate person who's wanting to drive change and forge a future that would like to move forward to. So yeah, thank you so much, Tino, for these insights. Tim, I'm coming back to you. I know it must be a bit hard to follow us without seeing us. We can see you beautifully in front of your forest there. Can you tell us a little bit more? What is a tech company doing in this forest and forestry world? Why does Salesforce play a role in caring for the environment? And why is it, from your perspective, such an important contribution? And maybe also, why is Salesforce considered a leader in the global restoration agenda? A little bit about that role. That would be great, Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. And it's great to hear, even though I can't see you, but it's also great to hear Tino again, and Monica. Great to hear you again. So Salesforce is maybe half the company, half a movement, I would say. It was founded 20 years ago by Founder Mark Mayo. So Salesforce is maybe half the company, half a movement, I would say. It was founded 20 years ago by Founder Mark Mayo. So Salesforce is maybe half the company, half a movement, I would say. It was founded 20 years ago by Founder Mark Mayo. So Salesforce is maybe half the company, half a movement, I would say. It was founded 20 years ago by Founder Mark Mayo. So Salesforce is maybe half the company, half a movement, I would say. It was founded 20 years ago by Founder Mark Mayo. So Salesforce is maybe half the company, half a movement, I would say. It was founded 20 years ago by especially to the climate challenge to forests, because we buy a lot of carbon credits per year, but we also go beyond that in the 1 trillion tree challenge. Helping decarbonize the global movement towards happening more beyond that in the 1 trillion tree challenge. Sufficient land to add a billion trees again to the global count, which at the moment is only 3 trillion. We must cut all trees to add a billion trees again to the global count, which at the moment is only 3 trillion. We must cut all trees to add a billion trees again to the global count, which at the moment is only 3 trillion. We must cut all trees to add a billion trees again to the global count, which at the moment is only 3 trillion. We must cut all trees to add a billion trees again to the global count, which at the moment is eucalyptus trees, for example, for large-scale plantations, which then tend to burn after a few years, after a few decades, because they're not suited for this climate. They're highly prone to fire. So be wary of simple solutions that are offered to you when it comes to forests. This is not simple, and this is not worth taking any shortcuts. You have to be sure that what you do is doing reforestation and forest ecosystem restoration the right way. Of course, here technology can play a great role. We, for example, supported something called Restore.echo, Tom Crowler's team in Zurich University, that is using best available satellite data to map where you can restore, how you can restore, what is happening with the land. Data can also help us identify how we can collaborate best together. What are the learnings from Latin America that are relevant for Africa, for Asia, that are relevant for North America? So bringing together all the stakeholders we have in this growing global restoration movement is, again, something where a tech company can help. Most of all, though, I think we're just in it because it has to be done. It's something that the world needs. We need to stop the climate crisis. We need to reverse nature loss. And we need to do that because only then will we have a functioning economy, a functioning business world where we can continue to do business with our 150,000 corporate customers. And that's the main reason we're in it, because it has to be done. Everybody has to play their part. Like Monica said, governments need to set the right frameworks. We have a lot of them now. Businesses need to innovate, scale up, bring the finance, and bring the hundreds of thousands of people who can transform an entire economy. That is the private sector. And we need citizens, you all, to be politically active, push your governments, push businesses to make the changes that we need to see. So we all need to be in this together.
Thank you so much, Tim. It's true, when I started working, with Salesforce, a tech company, the first time I was like, okay, we'll see where we're going. I have no idea how we're going to work together. And today, Salesforce is one of our most trusted partners. And I can gladly say we need, or echo what Tim said, we need everybody in this room, and everybody has a specialty, from the students to a corporate to the governments. So it's not about creating enemy, it's about creating unity and work through all our means and specialties in the same sector. Monica, coming back to you, you're involved in IUFRO, a trusted partner of IFSA. It is a lot about generating the right knowledge, translating the knowledge from all around the world to things that can be used to move this agenda forward. Can you let us know a little bit more about IUFRO and the role of creating such knowledge for students moving in that space and trying to learn a lot? Can you tell us more about how IUFRO, what the role of IUFRO and International Research Network is, and why do you see this as an important part of the global agenda around forest?
Yeah, gladly. So, well, actually, many former members of IFSA are part of IUFRO today. So, IUFRO is an international union of forest research organizations. It was created in the late 19th century, and it went working, networking, cooperating, creating excellence in science. It is the international network of forest science, which has no biases, no non-partisan views, and it has been working even around very terrible world conflicts like the 2 world wars, and it creates an environment that fosters learning, sharing, experiencing together, working together in projects and cooperation, sharing our knowledge and experiences through congresses, regional meetings, symposiums like this one. It creates what some scientists call this scientific friendship, in which you can trust your partners to be objective and produce the best work they can and share it without any interest in getting rewards or fame, but just for the sake of contributing. And also IUFRO has a very important aspect, which is, well, many, but one is the global forest, the global expert panel, forest expert panels, the GFEPs, which work through a collaborative forest partnership to create knowledge on areas that are of interest. For instance, in the 2030 agenda, the United Nations Forest Forum, the high-level political forum, they all ask for inputs from this GFEP group of experts on forest and governance, forest and poverty, forest and food security, forest and water. So there are many high-level reports produced by scientists without any claim of rewards or contracts or anything. So it's just for the sake of science and making a contribution to the world. We also work with a program of strengthening scientists and young scientists and scientists from developing countries. So there's a partnership program that helps these scientists to be able to attend the congresses, to work together, to build knowledge. It also does a lot on capacity building. And also we are very much looking forward to more youth involvement in IUFRO. We need your ideas, we need your innovation. That's why we have celebrated a partnership at the World Forest Congress, not the World one, but the IUFRO Forest Congress in Brazil, in Curitiba in 2019. We're so much looking forward to have you on board on our task forces, which we have. For instance, the task force on forest education is a joint effort by IFSA and UFRO. We are also very much looking forward to getting young people to get involved in our organization as unit coordinators, working perhaps as deputy coordinators for our working parties on different topics, and also evolving into maybe a research group deputy coordinator, and when you graduate, perhaps coordinators of research groups and divisions, hopefully. So we do need you. The message is we need you. We are happy to have you. We are happy that you're studying forest sciences and forest-related science. We have a lot to learn from you, to get our minds out of the box. And I think you could benefit from a little mentorship as well. So we are up and ready to walk together and work together for stronger science, to inform policy, to have policies based on science, to have also the linkages to the business sector with science. And that's why we also foster these dialogues in our congresses. Ever since Freiburg in 2017, we are struggling to reach out. We know that sometimes scientists get locked inside their labs or inside a forest, but we need to go out and convey our message and our evidence to strengthen policymaking and corporate sustainability and governance as well. And so that's my message.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Monica. Highlighting the role of creating knowledge. And also, I always, when I worked in IFSA and then gradually moved out, I reflect, I echo what you said. IUFRO seemed to be the IFSA for grown-ups in a way. And so highly encouraging of keeping that tradition going and pushing the barriers there as well. We have roughly 25 minutes left. I'm going to go rogue a little bit here since I was giving the power of being a moderator today. And I'll ask a few more questions, but I would like to give the opportunity in roughly 5-10 minutes for one or two people from the audience to come up and ask the burning questions, the burning question that you would like to ask this panel. So get internally ready, and we'll see how we choose the person that comes up. But if you have a burning question, just get internally ready. Tino, when I met you in 2018, you invited me to participate in one of the most remarkable events, the Kionia Raimi Festival, where there were 700 people planting, I think, 100,000 trees in a single day or over the weekend. I looked at you and I asked you a question, and it was, Tino, you've achieved so much in the last 30 years. You've protected the forest, you worked with the community in Cusco, in the area. And I asked you this, I asked you, after 30 years of success, what is next for you? And Tino opened up and said, well, I've done a little bit here, but I want to take what I've done here all across the Andes. And so I always say this very respectfully. There is a man in front of us in that moment that is respectfully crazy enough to think we can build an initiative across a 7,000 kilometer long Andean mountain range. Tino, can you share with us a little bit more about that dream? Where did you get the vision from? What motivated you? Share with us a little bit more about that dream. To actually look for the right partners to get going. Where did you get the vision from? What motivated you?
When I start this chat, I tell you that one of the things that I saw is that we need a lot of action from the beginning, not just after all this analysis, meetings. I don't know how many meetings we are going to need to start to put action. I think after the 3,000 COP meeting, probably recently, we are going to have an idea, but for me, no. When I started to do this, I learned one thing. The local communities, why we work with the local communities? First, it's real. Even in Argentina, normally they say that there isn't native communities, but there are a lot of native communities in Argentina. I've been a month ago there, traveling with the gauchos, muleros, collas, with all these people, talking a lot of, and they said, please send us more help, teach us more how to produce all this, because the only example that they have was one institution that planted 20,000 trees in 20 years. Sorry for me, that is ridiculous. It's like sometimes I've been in the north of Chile and all these professionals with all these certificates looks like a NASA and producing no more than 1,500 or 1,900 trees per year. Said, forget it, this is not going to work. What we are trying to protect and secure, water. If you want to protect and produce more water for the people who are down the valley, you need to plant and restore with native trees millions. You need to manage watersheds. You need to manage wetlands. It's not like some of these experts said, okay, let's put a dam there to catch the water. Or let's do more analysis and articles to tell to everybody how to do it. Sorry, I saw all my years, not only in Chile, in Peru, in many other countries, nice and huge dams, but water, no. There isn't water. It's a nice big blocks there with a nice cement, with a plaque, with the government saying this was done. Said, sorry, where's the water? And said, nobody is doing something that from the beginning, from the Incas time, they practice all the time. Harvesting water. During the rainy season, there are a lot of water comes from the sky to the bottom, but nobody catch them. Nobody reserve them. For that reason, local communities are very important. For that reason, we need other strategies to secure the water. All that things, for me, every time, moves me when I said, okay, how we are going to do this? You're not going to imagine that the people who works for me, taking care for the nurseries, is one campesino, one farmer, who doesn't have even high school degree. But these people has skills, they learn easily, quickly, and they produce the thousands of trees that we want. But what does it mean for Acción Andina? That we can manage with equity. Learn that word, with equity. Women, men, kids, all people, all working for the same goal. We don't have problems there. And the other thing, we are securing year by year and scaling up with the program. Why? When the locals learn that this is a great benefit for the entire community, they said, hey, that mountain also, we need to put more forest there. We can put more millions there. In that area, we are going to not put the cattle, we are going to manage better the fires, and we can put there also. Said, you are the rich guys. You are the best people who are just matching better than the authorities because you are reducing the threats. Imagine that. From the big cities, we consider that miserable person, poor people. No, sorry. If you are going to have that speech, you lost the battle. And even worse, 5 years, 10 years, professionals being there, they never learn 2 words in the local native language. They never enter to the community saying, halaya, or imainaya kashanki. No, they never learn any word. They're still with the same speech from the big cities, with all the paraphernalia. This is not a circus. You want to be efficient? You want to win the battle? Take your feet on the ground. And we are going to do the best that we can. Imagine me. You are going to laugh with this. I don't have the degrees. I don't have a master's degree. I don't have a PhD degree. How many I manage? And every people from India, from Africa, from Paraguay, from Brazil, everybody's asking me, when Acción Andina is going to come here? Sorry, wait, I tell you, we need to become better and better this model and the formula. Later, you can copy that. It's easier like a Santa Claus to give gifts for everybody and be happy and popular. This is not that. We are playing with one main element, the planet. The planet is the single house that we have and the only house. There are experts who want to do more analysis, more studies, more meetings, global meetings, probably in the next 50, 100 years. Sorry, for me, if I'm not going to put more trees, I'm not going to think that I'm going to reborn. I need to put more trees. I need to help more people. I need to be with the people. Like this, I'm going to finish with this. There is one word that said, if you don't know what you have, you can protect it. Yes? Chile, recently in 2013, we produced an international congress to tell them that they have polylepis trees in the north of Chile, these native trees, recently. And only recently, 3 years ago, the environmental minister arrived to that forest. And they said, oh, there is forest, it's not only desert. How we are working? Because the expert doesn't like to open everything. They want to always, like Monica said, invisibilize everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Tino. Always reminding us from your perspective what is important in the day-to-day work. And it's quite often more common sense than we would like to think, right? So I before I go on, Tim, I sent you maybe a bit of a question over WhatsApp, so make sure you check it. But before, I will give the opportunity to someone from the audience to come up and ask a question. Is there anybody in the audience that is burning with, a question to ask to any of our panelists? And come up here to the stage. We have one here. Do we have only one? It's not that I'm not taking you. We have two. And we have three in the back. Yeah, we're gonna take three. So you come first. Come on. We have, there is enough microphones here. Come. Tim, there's someone coming on the stage. I know you can't see us, but she will state her name and where she's from and who she would like to direct her question to. Where's the microphone? Can you just borrow one? Thank you. Maybe over there. Thank you. State your name and where you're from, and who you would like to direct your question to.
My name is Barbara, and I'm from Chile and from Ecuador. I was born in Ecuador, but I live here now. And my question is basically, when analyzing the climate crisis with an intersectional perspective and taking aspects like gender or race or class or age into the discussion, this question is mainly from Tino and Monica, but if Tim wants to participate, it's okay too. We affront an issue of climate injustice, and I wanted to ask, what do you guys think are the biggest challenges and debts we have to those marginalized groups, and what do we need to do to get them involved to solve this climate crisis altogether, and not only a few groups of people that are able to participate in panels like this one that we are privileged to have, but maybe more vulnerable communities aren't able to participate. That's my question.
A big applause to her question first. So, Monica, Tino, I leave it to you. Who responds first?
Well, from the government perspective, I completely agree with these voiceless people, and I'm a firm believer, and that's what I've seen in my experience over 30 years, that one of the important roles that government has is to produce a level playing field. That means that we have to foster the policies on gender, and when I say gender, I mean in a broad sense of gender, so all the diversity, and also with people in situations, vulnerable situations, because people are not vulnerable, but they might be in a vulnerable situation, and they have their dignity. So it's also up to us to work to foster this recognition, and like also with indigenous peoples and campesinos and local communities, visualize the role and make the conditions, the environment able for them to express themselves and recognize that, for instance, gender is a major concern in many developing countries, but also in developed countries. And we shouldn't forget that. So it's, for instance, in terms of climate problems, it is the women who walk for miles to fetch the water for their families. And it's them who suffer the most these problems with the climate. Also, in many communities, it is the women that cultivate the food for the family, while men sometimes go hunting or find an informal job to provide for the family. And sometimes men leave the towns and the villages to go to work elsewhere. And it's also the women who have no access to the land tenure in many places because customary law prevents women from being owners of the land. And this injustice should end. And I think we have a role in that. Thanks.
Thank you, Monica. Dino, any reflection?
Sorry, I don't want to offend to nobody, but what I'm going to tell you my personal experience. What we need to be honest and transparency. Where I learned more about this when I gave a speech at the United Nations, and I asked to one of my friends, said, okay, how do you recommend it that I have to appear in the front desk of 500 people during my speech to United Nations? My friend said, what do you want to produce? Admiration or appear like a miserable person? Said, admiration. Okay, be on the standard to produce that impact because you are represented not only one guy, you represented thousands of people. It's your time. And you are not going to imagine how many minutes they gave me. 5 minutes to speech on the name of all the local communities. When I said honestly and transparency, in this way of the conservation and also involving the local communities, we have to break all these fears because there are people who's selling a bad image about us. I saw that in a month ago, Florence in Sweden, when I had been going up the stairs to give my speech, and somebody said, Tino, there is one guy who is represented to all the Quechua leaders of Ecuador. Do you met him? Who? I said, I never saw nobody. No one guy with the guacamayo or macaw feathers on the head. I said, sorry, he's not represented the Quechua communities. Any Quechua or highland communities use that macaw feather. Forget it. This is a circus. Be honest. What you are thinking. You are thinking that Tino Auca, an indigenous leader, has to come here with his llama, with all these local dresses, chewing the coca leaves, to be said, hello, I am the native community leader. This is a circus. But who is producing that? Who wants to see that? You. Because when one guy in my performance can say, no, he's not. He's not. He's a rich one. He's from the right side of the politicians. No. We must blow all these blocks that the society creates. Only in that way, the rest of the other things you are going to destroy and be successful. Please, we need you. In other case, my battle is lost. I'm going to die someday, but I want to need many guys with the passion, please, passion, heart, to do what we are doing at the moment.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're welcome to stay with us. We're only able to take one further question. Between the two of you, who is burning for it? Who is... Come up. Any of you? Yeah, come. It would be great. Can you share your microphone? And oh, it's here. Oh, she has one on her own. State your name again, please, and where you're from. And
Yeah, I'm Alina Lehikoinen, and I'm from Finland. The panel was titled New Paradigm in Forests, and I was just wondering if there's, like, you're representing such different sectors, if there is one paradigm, one new paradigm that you then agree on, or if we should think about like many new different paradigms depending on where you, what's your point of view?
who would you like to direct the question first to?
I don't know who would like to go first, because like we, as I said, we have the private sector as well as the government, as well as the local communities and indigenous people. But I don't know, maybe Tim first, as he hasn't spoken in a while.
We feel for you, Tim. We see you, and it must be incredibly hard to follow this discussion. So thanks so much. Yeah, is there one paradigm for forest? Are there many? This is the essence of the question. What is your insight on that, Tim?
I'll try to answer that from my last job's perspective.
What is your insight on that, Tim?
I'll try to answer that from my perspective. In my view, there should be a paradigm shift of how humans evolve as humans, because regardless of what let's say the general calls genuine open up to humanism. This is like 1945, where regardless of what recognizing the alcohol, the climate open up to humanism, burning out the world is threatening to collapse around our ears. So it's burning out the world is threatening to collapse around our ears. So it's burning out the world is threatening to collapse around our ears. So it's burning out the world is threatening to collapse around our ears. So it's burning out the world is threatening to collapse around our ears. So
here and our audience here, and what is the message that you would like to see in the world well beyond this panel? Maybe first with you, Tino.
Thank you so much to everybody. I'm going to repeat something that I said many years ago when one journalist of Peru do the questions, what is conservation for you? thinking on the things that you are doing with the local communities, culture, everything. So it's simple. Conservation without money is just conversation. If this didn't include or involve the local communities, it's bad conversation. That's it. That's it? Yeah. Thank you so much.
Tino, you'll get to know him. He always speaks in deep but coded messages. So think about it. Monica, what is your message to the students and the youth out there that is fighting for forests?
Well, my message is be the protagonists of your destiny. Don't go business as usual. Be disruptive, be transformational, innovate. Don't buy into the status quo. Make the changes you wish to see for yourselves and for your kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Monica. Tim, you're rounding up the last statement here. So what is your message to the youth in forestry, to IFSA? And so what is your message to the youth in forestry, to IFSA? And so what is your message to the youth in forestry, to IFSA? And so what is your message to the youth in forestry, to IFSA? And so what is your message to the youth in forestry, to IFSA? And so what is your message to the youth in forestry, to IFSA? And so what is your message to the youth in forestry, to IFSA? And so what is your message to the youth in forestry, to IFSA? And Thank you so much, Tim. I can echo everything that has been said. I think I'll have a bit more time in the next few days to share a bit of how, as an own entrepreneur, I've gotten through IFSA where I am today and what we're building today, and I'd love to continue that conversation there. A big round of applause to all our panel here. There's incredible experience and wealth combined, wealth of knowledge, sorry. I'm not sure if wealth in that regards apply. But I just want to really reassure here, we are one big family as humans, and foresters and people thinking and loving forests are a very special kind of people. And you will see that over and over in the next few years and decades for you. So thanks again. And I will take the opportunity to take yet another selfie with you guys here up here. So can we come together? You join us. So we have Tim in the background. You can't see that, Tim, but can we try it? Yeah, one more. Here we go. Done. Great. That was good. Perfect timing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tim, for joining us.
Bye, Tim.
Bye, Tim. Hopefully see you soon.
Hi. I wish I could say more beautiful words than that, but rough challenge. So I hope you enjoyed the conversatory as I did. I feel so inspired now, and I want to apply all of those organizations to help. So now we are going to have a break. 30 minutes for coffee maybe. You can go up at the same direction you came here, and someone from the OC will help you go into the cafeteria. And it's important that you cannot drink inside the building for COVID protocols. So once you get your coffee, please go outside and visit also the stands of our sponsors. So see you in 30 minutes.
Probando, probando. Sí, sí. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probando, probando. Sí. 1, 2, 3. Probando, sí, sí, no. Probando.
Pero necesito que hable.
Ya voy a ir yo, ¿no? Te dejo el teléfono por mientras que también estáis grabando, ¿no? Creo que no hay alguien, no creo que haya alguien que hable con el micrófono. Yo voy a hablar directo. Cualquier cosa, dale, pero-
Uno, dos. 1, 2, ¿se escucha con eco? 1, 2, ¿se escucha con eco? 1, 2, ¿se escucha con eco? 1, 2, 3. De momento está hablando.
Hola, 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 ¿se me escucha?
Uno.
1, 2, 3, sí, sí, probando, probando, probando.
¿Te llega esta voz sin ningún problema o te llega con repetición? Llega perfecta, ¿cierto? Ahora que hable el micrófono, por favor.
Probando, sí, 1, 2, 2, sí. Probando, probando, probando. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
¿Llegó con algún eco? ¿Llegó con algún eco? ¿Ya qué quiere haber pasado? O sea, ¿qué puede haber pasado? Que el hablante tenía altavoces abiertos y se escuchaba el feedback de él. Porque estamos tal cual, solamente configuré, le bajé un poquito la ganancia del micrófono del podio y nada más. Perfecto, mantenemos esa configuración entonces. Bajo con el teléfono.
Si no le ponemos sin necesidad de...
Hay menos que va a poder tener hasta 3 personas. Claro que esto va a cambiar porque va a ser lo mismo.
No, está ahí, pero además es la cámara de acá y pegando.
No,
Cero y... No le ponemos un vaso.
Mientras no venga alguien y lo patee.
Sí,
no creo en realidad.
No le ponemos un vaso. Solo igual que no.
Sí, señora. ¿Qué onda? ¿Es una extensión o un programa?
Una extensión. Ya, pero no de primero no tienes que colocarte en...
¿Muy incógnito?
No, sí, incógnito.
Ah.
Ya. No, pues está en el mismo incógnito.
Sí, porque quiero ir.
Había abierto la extensión.
¿La ventana? Ahí sí.
Ya, pone Google Desktop. Por ahí. Google Desktop remoto.
Igual hay que informárselo a los chicos. ¿Qué onda? ¿Estás fuera mi ordenador?
Compartir mi pantalla.
¿Cuál uso?
Soy igual. Da igual que no tengo mi contraseña. ¿Cómo?
¿Cómo hay una conexión con Cali? ¿Con un panelista?
Con el panelista.
¿Cómo? ¿Perdón?
Un panelista, o sea, ahora
¿Online? Ajá, sí.
Pues, ¿ya funciona la conexión?
Sí, que va a conectarse por StreamYard, la plataforma por la que estamos haciendo el stream. Y bueno, no sé en verdad cómo va a ser la conexión porque es otro moderador que estaremos usando.
Y pues, ¿por qué puedo hablar sobre eso? Porque iba a hablar con Kyle por teléfono antes, ahora que vamos a tener unos 10 minutos antes, que no pasó. Entonces, no sé si el día está esperando. ¿Con quién puedo hablar sobre eso?
¿Cuánto rato empezamos? Cari, me dijo que era incorrecto eso. ¿Ya?
conversatory it's taking place. And a cultural thing, maybe you cannot leave your things, your bags, or your belongings alone while you're outside. Unfortunately, someone could come inside and take your stuff, so please take care of your belongings. Okay, so everything's good? Yeah? Are you excited for the next session? Woo! Yeah! Thank you for that. So the next session is a very special one. It's an honor for me to give the welcome 4 speakers that will be helping with this session, and it's the celebration conference of the 50th IFSS. So it's a really important and amazing event that we will have the pleasure to hear. And the first speaker and moderator is Shimon Herbeck. Please come up. Woo! Yeah. You can take a seat there. Yeah, thank you. So, as you may know, Shimon is the IFSA membership counselor, and he will be facilitating the conversation up here. The next speaker is Natalia Cisneros. She's a researcher with C4 and ECRAF from the University of Cambridge at the Conservation Leadership Network. Next one, and very special for me, is the PhD Paulina Fernandez. She's a researcher and a professor at the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile and an IFSA alumni. So please welcome her. And finally, but not least, online we have Khalil Wahi. He's a scientific coordinator of a program called Landscape for Our Future of the World Agroforestry. So please welcome him too.
Hello, Chile! Hello, everyone. Good noon. I'm Shimon Herbeck. I come from the Czech Republic, and currently I serve IFSA as the membership counselor, and it's my great honor to be moderating this session. We all, as we are here, are witnesses of the 50th anniversary of IFSS. That's huge. It's a half century. So one more applause for this. And also greetings to everyone to the virtual space who is watching this session online. Yes. So as I said, it's a 50th anniversary, and we are really happy to have some of our great alumni here with us to celebrate this great anniversary with us. And 3 of them that were already introduced are here to share their stories and a little bit of philosophical thoughts about the past, present, and future of IFSA. So first of all, I'm sorry, I will take some of my cheating notes, is Paulina Fernandez. She did forestry engineer from the Universidad de Chile and Doctor of Science, of Engineering Sciences from the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. She's also the extension director of the Forestry and Agriculture Faculty of the Universidad de Chile and the research associate at the Center of Excellence for the wood industry. She joined IFSA in the 1990s, and she was also a participant at IFSS in Wageningen in the 1990s. So one big applause for her again. The second already introduced speaker is Natalia Cisneros, or as many people know her, Taya. She is the first engineer from the Universidad Nacional Agraria La Molina from Peru, and she holds the Master in Philosophy in Conservation Leadership from the University of Cambridge. She has years of experience in working in CIFOR, where she's currently the researcher focusing on political ecology and governance. And she's also a co-creator of Youth in Landscape. In IFSA, she was the head of council, and for 2 years is vice president. Also the vice president of ALESIF, which is something like IFSA on Latin American level. Welcome to Taya. And we are also very happy to have here Khalil joining from Seattle. Hello, Khalil. He holds a bachelor's from the University of British Columbia in Natural Resource Conservation Global Perspective, and from the same university also a master's degree in Integrated Studies of Land and Food Systems. Also, he holds another master's from Tropical Forest Landscapes Conservation, Restoration, and Sustainable Use from the Yale University. He is currently the scientist at the World Agroforestry, but he also has working experience at FAO, at the University of British Columbia, and Stellenbosch University in South Africa. In IFSA, he served as liaison officer, or as we call it today, head of subcommission for FAO. He was also coordinator of the task force on forest education between IUFRO and IFSA, and the president of the LCUBC in Canada. Welcome, Khalil, and applause. The goal of this session is to dive a little bit into IFSA memories with the help of our speakers, and to get a little bit philosophical, to see their thoughts, to hear their thoughts on the past, present, and future of IFSA, as I already mentioned before. So without further delay, let me present the first set of questions, or the first topic, which is, since every one of us who sit here or who listen this session online have a little bit different story about their beginnings in IFSA, how they discovered IFSA, what motivated them to join, and what were their beginnings in IFSA. So we would really like to hear this from your side. And so I would like to ask firstly Paulina, and the questions will be same for all speakers. How did you discover IFSA? What were your beginnings? What was your first IFSA international event? And what IFSA means for you today?
Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, I am really glad to be here and to have the opportunity to be in IFSA here in Chile after, as you saw, 30 years. So 30 years ago, I was a student like all of you, and I met IFSA in the way it was in the 90s. I mean, you have no idea nowadays, because you were not born, that at this time there was no internet, not Google, not WhatsApp, not mobile phones, not nothing. So IFSA was the first time we got contact with it, was like, do you know there is an International Forest Student Association? No, where? And it was like a letter that arrived to the university. Probably when I got into IFSA, it was the first time that in the Universidad de Chile we had idea that somewhere in the far world there were more students, forestry students. And it was exciting. It was weird because everything was slow. So after the first letter inviting us to be part of IFSA, we had, like today, these students associations or committees in the faculty. We wrote back. It took probably 2 weeks to arrive the letter and 2 weeks to come back. So everything was like waiting, something that we have forgotten. And in this way, at this time, to really see what is IFSA, we decided as faculty to send people to the IFSA meeting. And this meeting was in Wageningen. So we did a kind of ranking and a kind of selection system. I got selected with two other partners at the university. And then there was the big problem to get the money. So we began, like many of you probably, to knock doors to get money for the ticket. So everything was difficult. But finally, when we arrived, we discovered that we were many of us. It's like in the movie of Ice Era, you know, when Manny, the mammoth, discovered that it's not the only one in the world, but there are other ones like them. And I would say that that was the big, big joy, to see that we were no rare animals studying this weird career. We were not doctors, not engineers, attorneys, or we were first engineers. What's that? And suddenly there were plenty of them dealing with the same love for the forest and with the same concern for the forest. Because at this time it was forest, a growing concern. That was our life motive for this meeting. So that was the way that we began to get in contact with IFSA.
Thank you. And after these years, what IFSA means for you today?
Okay, good question.
Thank you. And after these years, what IFSA means for you?
The first striking effect of IFSA was simply to realize that the world is so wide and that the problems were so different, that the situations were so different, but that all of us have the same spirit. That was beautiful. We did the conference at this time like a conference in the one each one of us has to present a research. So I presented some stuff with a native palm tree, others dealing with erosion in Africa, others dealing with some pest in Europe, I don't know. So the effect was to think with the big picture, you know, because normally when you are studying at the university, and it was a problem at this time, probably now it's not so much, you were dealing with your forestry sector, with your environment, with your trees, with your life, you know. There was no discussion about what is going on there or there or there. And the beauty of IFSA was to get away of this little hole and to see, wow, everything that is going on in Asia, in Australia, in Europe, in USA, in Africa, in America, in South America, is interconnected, and we have the same problems. And that's, I would say, is one of the most extraordinary effect in our heads, not only for me, but you could see also in all the other people that was there. And the second effect that I would say was wonderful was the matter of making friends and networking. I mean, if there is one extraordinary time in life for you, is to be together, not Zoom, not screen, but to meet people. I mean, I have IFSA friends still now, and we still see each other when we can, and this networking, this feeling of supra friendship joined by the Forest Lab is extraordinary, and probably will move much better than political arrangement and country meetings and so on. It's the people doing the job and doing network, the people that really make the difference. And when you are out of the university, if one of you will be in your own work somewhere in different subjects, but if you maintain this networking, you will do the difference. So I think it's mostly the change of thinking what is wonderful in IFSA. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your input. And now the same questions for Taya. So how did you join IFSA? How did you discover it? What was your first event
Thanks for, I think what you just said is really beautiful and I quite agree with it. And I guess I'll get back to that in a second. But the way I joined IFSA was actually, it's a very funny story. So I joined IFSA without really knowing IFSA, I think. So by then I was president of the Latin American Students Forestry Association. And I was invited to IFSS in Spain in 2013 as an observer. I had never heard about IFSA. I did not know what IFSA was. And I was just like, okay, this sounds interesting. And also like I fundraised and got myself to Spain. And then I realized there were like 0 Latin American LCs participating. Like I was the only Latin American without really even being a member of IFSA. So then I got really worried. And right then, like in an IFSS where you guys are right now, guys and girls, I put up the statutes and the application for being a part of IFSA, and then it was approved right then. And for me, it was, I guess, an opportunity to, because, and I think we'll be talking a lot about this these days, but many of the forestry initiatives and international forestry student networks were going on mostly in the global north. And I made it my own personal objective to run for, actually, just like you, head of council. And people were saying, like, why not for Latin American regional representative? I mean, that person had to be from Latin America anyway. So my personal motivation was to really increase participation for those who maybe didn't always, leverage the playing field to have equal participating opportunities. And because English can be an obstacle, then focusing on how to overcome that. And so that's also why it's so exciting for me to have this in Chile right now, because it was part of, like, I guess, my dream to see Latin America more involved. So this is very, very special for me, also being the 50th anniversary. But yes, I think that is how I got involved. Like, I was really impromptu involved, and it was very, like, sudden. But it really did change my life. And just like Paulina, you were saying, and I guess maybe I'll skip to the second question if that's okay with you. Some of the things that I took the most from IFSA were, like, if I can give you one recommendation, like, put your phones down and just, like, interact with each other. And not only through the formal exchanges that you'll be having from all of the information that you'll be getting, but also the informal exchanges can be so enriching. Like, you can have somebody from one country that has the same challenge as yours, and they're just, like, doing it differently, or you could learn about a different ecosystem or a different context, because each context is a universe in its own. So I think that would be my first suggestion. And well, the other things that I took besides the formal and informal learning, of course, like, it's a skill platform. So, like, it was mentioned in the last panel also, like, all the, like, the fact that I'm able to sit down here and talk to you and feel calm through experience, it's a preparation, and it's room where you can, like, be yourself without any filters, because you're not a part of an organization that has, like, a fixed say this and do this, but, like, you can say things unfiltered, and that is where the real knowledge and the real growth comes from. So and this was again said in the last panel, like, be critical, think outside the box. And well, I'm diverging again, but I was talking about what I took from IFSA. It's the personal and professional relationships that you form. Some of the most meaningful relationships that I have formed, friendships that still are here today, and you'll take this with you. You're going to, maybe you already started feeling this. The IFSA spirit, it's real, it's a thing. And here I am, like, 9 years later, and, like, I just got to meet Paulina, and I want to continue talking to her, and I feel that, so it's beyond just a professional network. It's, you share something, and the passion that you share. So there's a filter that has already been created because you all chose to study forestry or forest-related sciences, and sometimes that's easier for integrating people who already think alike So there's a natural thing that binds us together already. So, right, maybe going on for too long, but my main message is like, make the most out of this opportunity and really enjoy it. It's beautiful, and I wish I could participate like you all are now, but at least I'm here for a few days. But yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. And as you mentioned, that there were 0 Latin American LCs joining at the IFSS back then. I would say that since then the situation got improved. We have more LCs in Latin America, and we have the IFSS, the 50th IFSS in Latin America, which is great. But as you will discover more during the first GA session, since this year we collected the data from the LCs, we still battle with attracting more members from the Americas. So I think it's also some challenge for the future. And I hope it will be improved. We will try to work on it as hard as will be possible. And yeah, that's input from my side on this. And now it's time for Khalil to share with us his story, how he joined IFSA, how he discovered it, and what was your first international event. Floor is yours.
What about
And what was your first international event? Floor is yours.
What about
And what was your first international event? Floor is yours.
What about
And what was your first international event? Floor is yours.
What about
And what was your first international event? Floor is yours.
What about
And what was your first international event? Floor is yours.
What about
And what was your first international event? Floor is yours.
What about
extremely scary, but extremely exciting at the same time. And it was one of the best decisions that I made to join that delegation. So that was my first interaction with IFSA.
exciting at
the same time. And I think the second question was, what does IFSA mean to me now? So I think similar to Paulina and sort of Kaya's reflection, I think the second question was, what does IFSA mean to me now? So I think similar to Paulina and sort of Kaya's reflection, I think the second question was, what does IFSA mean to me now? So I think similar to Paulina and sort of Kaya's reflection, I think the second question was, what does IFSA mean to me now? So I think similar to Paulina and sort of Kaya's reflection, I think the second question was, what does IFSA mean to me?
things never change in IFSA, like the IFSA spirit or the connections that you made, and some things never change. But I would like to ask oppositely, what's the biggest thing that you have noticed that have changed over the years since your active IFSA years until nowadays? And I would also connect it then with maybe the next question. Also, since we are now closing the first half century of IFSS, my question would be, how would you envision IFSA should be in the next 50 years? And what do you think are the main challenges to make this real, to achieve this vision of yours? So now we start with Taya.
So first, can you hear me? Yeah. First is, where are we at with the first 50 years of IFSA? I think it has been consolidated as a legitimate network, and also like the image that IFSA has is, like Tim was saying in the previous panel, like you see delegates, like they're really professional. There's a renowned name that goes attached to it. And like we've been talking before, it's also about the relationships that we're doing. So it's a credible stakeholder in the international forestry landscape. And I think that until now, and especially with the transition that we're at due to the pandemic and the changes that came with it, that is also equal to more access to other people who are maybe not necessarily able to be here. Whereas like and we were talking about this like right before the panel with Paulina, like before, if you need to participate, then like everything was much slower, communication was much slower. So at least this is already leverage again the playing field for people who maybe wouldn't be able to fly here, which is amazing. But there is still quite a way to go. If we look at the outside, like a challenge that we have, and maybe it's because I work with governance and multi-stakeholder and well groups. A thing that I see is that sometimes we're not really seen as an equal participant group. It's more like a token representation, but it's not really seen like somebody who is at the same level and a true and effective partner. So we still have a long way to go in claiming that equal participation, and not just in a paternalistic way, but that we actually have a say. And well, I don't know if I'm still allowed to say we, because I'm sort of transitioning out of this, of being, I don't know if I'm even youth anymore. I like to think I am, but anyway, yeah, thank you. But then again, within the landscape and forestry and land use and conservation arena, I think we still have a long way to go to start like decolonizing our discourse and the kind of knowledge that we have, because many times it stays on a very technical level and also with interpretations of what people assume the solutions to be. And they can be good, of course, because we end up studying this, but there's a lot of local knowledge that needs to be integrated again, like in the same way, and Tino was talking about this earlier as well, like not to base our assumptions on what is needed, but to ensure that there is clear and true and effective, again, and I've said it before and I'll continue saying it, and you'll have me again on Saturday talking about this again, but effective participation. And not only staying with the technical solutions, because yes, of course, they're a way, but if you do not look at the often hidden or unaddressed social and political aspects that go in hand, if these go unaddressed, these are the very determining factors of success that things will have or not. So I think, in summary, those are the things, like how to decentralize or decolonize some of the interests and assumptions, and humbly look for joint solutions with Global North, Global South, different stakeholder groups, and not forgetting to integrate what has been in a silo for many years now, that without looking at the hidden socio-political aspects, then many things are doomed to unfortunately not succeed. So I think that's probably one of the challenges that we still face. So yeah, thanks for the question.
And hopefully we will achieve it. And now we move to Paulina.
Okay, for the first question about the evolution of IFSA, when were you joining IFSA? In which year? Huh? 2013. Okay, because you said that there were not many Latin American. Okay, so the evolution was slow, because one of the things that I have realized now that is that other countries are more involved in IFSA. In 30 years ago, IFSA was a kind of, I would say, rather European community, because it was easier. They were all close. And so when I went to this IFSA meeting in Wageningen, there was only people from Sweden, Finland, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, and Poland, Hungary, and so on. But we were the only 3 Latin American, these 3 Chilean, and probably at this time many forestry faculties in Latin America had no idea that there was an IFSA. Few Asian people, most of them because they were studying in Europe, and a couple of Australians. So the language was a big problem for us. I mean, for us as Latin American to be part of, and that highlight the problem of education. So as we began to get more international as very local nations, because Latin America was very slow beginning to look to the rest of the world, probably we began to be more involved. When I was in 2008, I had the opportunity to be director of the Department of Forestry here. And at this time, the students began also to get much involved in IFSA. And somehow I could have this point of in the history to see how it was working. And I was very glad at this time the Chilean, at least I could see the Chilean side, were fighting to be part of. I mean, fighting, what means fighting? To get the funds to travel, because always the meetings were in Europe. So always we were the ones doing the big effort to jump the ocean. And I recall at this time helping them to get money from companies and so on, and writing support letters and so on, so that they consent people. So I think the evolution has been slow. If you say me that in 2013 still there was a few Latin American people, or you were the only one, and that's why when these guys here, my students, began years ago, 2 years ago, to say we want to be the next place of IFSA. I found it wonderful. I found it wonderful because it's the way to do it. I mean, you cannot wait to be invited. In life, you have to have the passion to fight, to decide, I want that, this is my goal, we have to be there. I love the video you show because now the Chilean guys want to show all of you, the rest, our country, our reality, our situation, climate, forest, everything. And so I think the transition has been in the way that young people now, you have a very special way to see the world with more, I would say, internal power and with less fear. 30 years ago, we were afraid of everything. I mean, we were coming from a very far country to Europe to see what is going on. Now, as you have this wonderful, extraordinary world of technology to be connected all the time, I'm sure you have much more knowledge and tools to learn how to be in the world. But, and I will recall the words of Taya, is that do not forget to do not depend too much on these technologies, but to reinforce much more your own internal power, your skills to communicate with people and to make a networking. Sometimes we have too much information, and that jeopardize the focal points. If I could suggest something, try to get the force of the humanity in this meeting, to meet each other and to reinforce the belief that if you put a goal in your life, you can reach it. And it's not easy. It's not a couple of clicks. It's a lot of work. I mean, I have seen you guys working quite a lot and spending hours and hours and hours organizing and discussing and preparing and so on. Life is hard, not as it is in internet. And probably that is also another change. We knew at this time that life was hard because everything was very hard for us. To send a letter, to wait for the letter. If the letter was not coming, we have no way to know if our letter arrived there. So everything was, working and perseverating. Now that you have all these facilities, do not forget that working hard is the way to maintain this wonderful IFSA ongoing. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your speech, and just the Europe, there is currently 49, 27 in Southern Europe, 22 in Northern Europe. But I would like really to highlight the growth of Asia Pacific, that in 2006 had only 2 LLCs in whole Asia Pacific, until current, and they grew until currently 35, with 1 more in process. So we are slowly diversifying, or maybe not slowly in Asia Pacific, but yeah, we're getting there, and I hope it will continue in the future as well. And now also the same questions for Khalil. You have the space. So what's the main change you have noticed from your active IFSA years until nowadays? And if you have some vision for the future of IFSA in the current, in the next 50 years? And if you have some vision.
Fantastic, thanks, Simon. Yes, so of course I can't speak to
the next 50 years. And if you have some vision.
Fantastic, thanks, Simon. Yes, so of course I can't speak to
the next 50 years. And if you have some vision.
Fantastic, thanks, Simon. Yes, so of course I can't speak to the
next 50 years. And if you have some vision.
Fantastic, thanks, Simon. Yes, so of course I can't speak to the
next 50 years. And if you have some vision.
Fantastic, thanks, Simon. Yes, so of course I can't speak to the
next 50 years.
Fantastic, thanks, Simon. Yes, so of course I can't speak to the Fantastic, thanks, Simon. Yes, so of course I can't speak to the children and youth in the forest dialogue. And with that, I think there's an opportunity. And I think that's one thing I have noticed is as being engaged in the forest dialogues, whether it's with I think there's an opportunity. And I think scientific bodies, that's one thing our voices are listened to much more. I don't think we've completely moved past token representation, but certainly there's an opportunity there to be grasped if we choose to take it. And that is, a group of people who are passionate and are in the same room who can focus on a problem, I think can come up with innovative solutions, and we will be listened to. And where can you find more passionate people in a room than at an IFSS? So I think that's certainly something that I've noticed. I think our voices are certainly being listened to more. The space is being given for some innovative ideas for us to bring up, and I think that that's a real challenge we should take up. In terms of sort of challenges over the next 50 years, I mean, I think there's the obvious ones. You know, we're operating in a world that is warming. It's undeniable. The climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, the degradation of our global ecosystems, these are all realities that we sort of work under. And I think forest managers, ecosystem managers are at the forefront of that dialogue of how we solve some of these solutions. So I think the organization, you know, has evolved and has adapted to become more holistic. I do wonder of the number of IFSA students in the room, how many of you are actually studying forest sciences versus conservation or biodiversity, or how many of you are landscape architects? I know that in my time as IFSA, you know, we were moving and kind of the sphere of influence was certainly moving broader and broader. And I think that there's really a strength in those unique voices. So, you know, I think those challenges are undeniable. We won't be able to avoid them. We actually have to tackle them head on. I think the skill sets of what students are learning through formal education and through informal networks has also broadened. It's a lot about the soft skills, negotiation, governance. There will always be a role for the traditional, I think, forest management and forest sciences. But even those forest scientists are now part of a broader landscape, and we're thinking more at kind of these broader spatial scales. Because we understand that information, but also degradation and energy flows not, you know, outside of our sort of human constructed boundaries. And so our skill sets need to evolve, I think, with this new challenge. And I think it's wonderful. So then you guys have all have the opportunity to learn from every single person around you. And I think it's through that learning from one another that we kind of form a collective voice, which is the IFSA voice. And it's where we begin to see the branches of change that bring meaning to our work. So, yeah.
Let's hope for the bright future despite all challenges, and let's use our opportunities. And since we already are running out of time, I would like to ask for the last final question. And I would like to ask each speaker, each panelist, to answer with only one sentence. How would you describe IFSA in one sentence? And this time, let's start with Khalil.
Oh, wow. How would I describe IFSA in one sentence? I mean, for me, IFSA has become family. That's what I'll say simply. So, you know, look around the room, find the people who you connect with, talk to people who you don't necessarily think you connect with. And I think you'll see that beyond just this event, you'll form a new IFSA family.
Thank you. And next, Paulina.
One sentence. You are asking a woman to say something in one sentence. No, I would say that IFSA, if I have to define it in one sentence, is the League of Friends and Guardians of the Global Forest. That is.
Amazing. And Taya?
Yeah, I love your definition, and it's putting the bar high on that one for me. Can I maybe just copy yours? But I think echoing what you just said, it's I'll just add the power of unfiltered voices to that sentence. So like maybe complementing your definition. Yeah, and also like it's maybe this is like the subheading, but like learning with openness and humility. Yeah, just the subheading. Yeah.
how can we still share the same, thank you, the same values and the same mottos for why we are doing what we are doing here. So hope you have enjoyed the conversatory as I did. And now good news is lunchtime. So so first the OC will take an official photo. Then I'm glad to invite you all to take a massive group photo, and then we will go to the lunch place, and it's not really near from here, so please follow the OC members. They will take you there, and we will meet here at 10 past 12 2 p.m. Sorry. So it's clear the time, 10 minutes past 2 p.m. Okay, back here. So first the OC, please come here for a quick photo. ¿Y hay quién va a sacar la foto?
Ah, pensé que se iba a sentar gente y el resto se iba a parar.
Get off the fucking stage.
Official picture. ¿Qué no te piensas ir a mover esto? Aquí tampoco puedes parar. Sí,